And we are unmuted.
Okay. Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is April 21st, and it is Tuesday. This is our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. And we are so glad to see so many of you here, especially our young people. I mean, we're happy to see the parents too, but the young people really is why we're here this morning. So we're going to do a little bit of business before we move into the map contest. So if you'll just give us a few minutes to do some business, we'll get on with the sage. So may we please have an invocation from Pastor Daniel Frank of Cold Springs Community Church. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair and Board, for the opportunity to lead us in this way. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this wonderful place that we live, the beauty all around us in the trees and the flowers. Thank you for the rain that we continue to need. And Lord, I know you are shown to me through creation, and I thank you for that. I thank you for this wonderful place of El Dorado County that we call home. Would you bless this place? Would you bless this state and our country? I lift up to you the leaders in this room and the leaders that are joining us online as well. Would you be with them in the critical decisions that they face for our future? Would you bring wisdom in these decisions that affect our health, jobs, and housing? In all of the frustrations and challenges that come with our times, would you bring peace? Lord, would you provide opportunities for these leaders to see the difference that they are making in our communities? And would you bless them as they seek to make wise decisions? Lord, I lift up our nation to you, all of the turmoil and division that takes a toll on our country and on this room, no doubt. Would you bring peace and joy? Lord, we also know the beauty of this country and all that it stands for. Thank you for this place that we get to call home. Give us all the wisdom to operate in such a way that brings unity and joy back to our country in a new and exciting way. I lift up to you our armed forces in this moment that we are in. Our armed forces weigh heavy on the hearts of parents all over this country. Would you hold them and protect them? Would you give wisdom to those leaders to lead well in a tense time? I lift up our esteemed members of law enforcement. Would you protect them and be with them as they protect and serve us? And I thank you for this room of families, reminding us of the joy and life that we have here in this county, in this country. Lord, help us to see all of the goodness around us and all of the goodness that you provide and that you bring. Lord, I pray all of these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Frank. Supervisor Veerkamp, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand. Military personnel, please salute, and those that have a hat uncover. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on April 15th?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, let's move on to approval of the consent calendar. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any items they wish to pull or if they have any questions on consent. We'll start with Supervisor Turnbull.
No changes.
Okay, Supervisor Veerkamp.
No changes, Madam Chair.
All right, I have one item that I would like to pull, and that's item number 12. And because we are going to be taking public comment even on items pulled, I'll let the public know the reason why I'm pulling that item. It's a contract that gives PG&E a lot of discretion over removal of vegetation. It happens to be in Forbay Park. And so I'm just concerned about the amount of leniency that we're giving them. So I'm going to pull that, and that'll be discussed later, probably in the afternoon. Let's see, District 1, Supervisor
Yes,
Ferrero.
Chair, I would, if you would be so, provide me the opportunity to make a comment on and read some excerpts from the proclamation, item number 24.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. This proclamation recognizes this week as Crime Victims' Rights Weeks. Americans are the victims of more than 20 million crimes each year. Whereas El Dorado County recognizes the importance of a justice-oriented community that holds those who commit crimes against others accountable while rigorously seeking justice on behalf of the victims of their crimes. And whereas El Dorado County understands that prioritizing crime victim support and prevention is essential for fostering a safe, healthy, and thriving community. Whereas El Dorado County is a community that rejects crime in all forms. Whereas El Dorado County is dedicated to supporting crime victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building trust among our citizens, collaborating with service providers, and engaging our community in response efforts. So now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County does hereby proclaim the week of April 19th to the 25th, 2026 as El Dorado County Crime Victims' Rights Weeks. Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chair Ferrero, for bringing that proclamation forward. I did notice that our El Dorado County District Attorney Vern Pearson is in the room, and I bet you would like to comment on this as well.
Yes, I want to keep it very short and just say thank you to the board. And thank you for everybody that's here. It's we haven't done this in a few years and during the proclamation like this, and it did seem like it coincided with the MAP awards in the past, which is in a way being careful in terms of what we mention in terms of talking about it in addition to the proclamation. But it is a probably as epic a reminder of why it is so important from the invocation, recognizing law enforcement and the work that frontline law enforcement does on behalf of all of us and behalf of all these kids that are here, and all of us raising kids and some of us grandkids here in this county, and the sense of appreciation that we have for the hard work done by law enforcement, by all the victim witness people that are here, and the very difficult work that goes into ensuring that this is, in fact, as it is, this one of the safest, if not the safest county within the state of California under difficult times that we all face. So with that, I thank you, Supervisor Ferraro, and the board Brooke Lane, the chair, and the rest of the board members for this recognition today.
Thank you, Vern.
Thank you for being with us today, and thank you for all the work you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vern.
All right, we will now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar, including items that have been pulled. We will also take public comment on closed session items. So to be specific, we will now hear public comment on closed session items number 1 through 3 and consent items numbers 4 through 45. Please identify which item number or numbers you will be addressing to the board. Madam Clerk?
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Mr. Kaling.
Good morning, John Kaling with DOT. Item 39 on the consent agenda today proposes to establish a couple of, or an advisory committee for a couple drainage zones of benefit in El Dorado Hills. We're asking the board to approve resolution 0772026. That resolution contains a typo, my fault. It lists Bob Slater as one of the drainage committee appointees. It needs to be replaced with Diana Slater, please. So I asked the board clerk to make that adjustment.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We will make that correction.
Thank you,
Thank
John.
you. Are there other members of the public in the room that would like to address the board on any items on consent or closed session? Okay, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you. And I will note for the record that there was a public comment submitted on item number 15. Okay, Ms. Dawson, do you want to read this item into the record?
Approve the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 12 for discussion, and the proclamation comments read into the record by Supervisor Ferrero will be included in the minutes.
And do we have to make the correction on item
Excuse
number
me,
36?
yes, the correction for the Department of Transportation item will be changed from Bob Slater, replaced by Diane Slater.
Thank you. Is there a motion or any further discussion?
I'll move approval.
Second?
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin being absent.
We will now take public comment on the rest of the agenda items, excluding public hearings. We have 2 public hearings scheduled for this morning, so we will not be taking public comment on items number 52 or 53, but we would like to take public comment at this time on items 46 through 51 and 54. Ms. Dawson?
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome, Ms. Posey.
Good morning, Board. I'm Gina Posey, candidate for supervisor here in District 4. My comments for agenda item 26-0538. It's an important item for my district. I'm here in strong support of allocating the remaining mosquito fire settlement funds to the Volcanoeville area, the community that bore the brunt of this devastating fire. It is hard to believe it has been 4 years since the fire burned more than 77,000 acres, destroyed more than 70 homes, and took over a month to be contained. When the mosquito fire came over the ridge, it wasn't policy that saved lives, it was people. It was met with significant coordinated efforts from the Office of Emergency Services to the brave men and women from CAL FIRE, our Forest Service and local fire districts from Georgetown, El Dorado, et cetera, who risked everything to protect our homes and our community. At its peak, there were literally thousands of firefighters. That level of commitment showed what's possible when we prioritize safety. Now it's our responsibility to follow through with the investments these communities still need. The mosquito fire was not just an event, it was a life-altering disaster for the residents of Volcanoeville. Families lost homes, infrastructure was severely damaged, and even today, the landscape still reflects the trauma and vulnerability that this community continues to live with. While we are grateful for the work that has been done so far, the reality is this: Volcanoeville is still at risk. As outlined by the Bear State Property Owners Association letter, critical needs remain unmet. The roads are still degraded, drainage systems are still clogged, and perhaps most concerning, this community continues to rely on a single access route, a dangerous situation that has already failed in the past when storm damage washed it out. Today, we have an opportunity right now to make meaningful, lasting improvements. These are not wish list items. These are essential safety measures. If we fail to invest these remaining funds where the impact was greatest, we are missing the very purpose of this settlement. Volcanoeville residents are not asking for extras. They are asking for basic safety, resilience, and the ability to protect their lives and property moving forward. To prioritize, this is the moment, the community that is most effective, and to ensure we are not back here again after the next disaster, wishing we had done more. I respectfully urge you to allocate the remaining mosquito fire settlement funds to Volcanoeville. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public in the room that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. My comment is on Item 46, I had sent in a written comment, primarily in that one. Hopefully you all looked at it. I'm a little confused as to the cost basis that was used for calculating cost per mile across projects with seemingly the same definitions of what's going to happen. What I forgot to include in that was the actual totals. So the totals that were provided for the projects is about 14.5 million. The amount of funds that were identified in there are about 10.1 million. So primarily, I guess I'm a little concerned with where the additional $4 million is coming from. So any information on that to try to tie that out would be awesome. And then just finally, I just want to say, please bring back the regular comments per regular agenda items so we can speak per activity. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will move on to the item that we are all here for and excited about, and that's the presentation of awards to the winners of the student map drawing contest. Ms. Dawson.
Item 51 comes from the Board of Supervisors presenting awards to the winners of the 31st Annual Student Map Drawing Contest hosted by the county and sponsored by the local organization of professional surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers, SAGE.
Great. I'd like to welcome Brian Frazier, who is our surveyor for El Dorado County. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for hosting the 32nd Annual Map Contest. We appreciate it, and it's always a fun time. So with that, I'll hand it over to the President of SAGE, Andrew Schaefer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Andrew Schaefer, and I'm the current president of SAGE, a local professional organization of the surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers of El Dorado County. The purpose and objective of SAGE is to provide and share the technical expertise of our members with the community. In addition, we work with public agencies and community leaders regarding public interest as it relates to land surveying, architecture, geology, and engineering. Additionally, SAGE provides a service to the youth of our community by sponsoring and hosting the annual Student Map Contest. Over the past 32 years of the Map Contest, SAGE has donated over $100,000 in awards and prizes to the top student artists who participate in the county-wide annual contest. SAGE would also like to thank the County Surveyor's Office, El Dorado County RCD, the Board of Supervisors, and volunteers for the continued support of this community event. This year's contest had hundreds of map entries by students ranging from kindergarten to 12th grade. Judging was based on criteria specific to each grade level and completed by volunteers. Today, we're here once again to acknowledge the efforts put forth. And please join SAGE and the County of El Dorado in celebrating this year's map contest winners. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I would like to ask our Vice Chair, Supervisor Ferrero, if you would kick us off, and I think you'll be introducing the kindergarten through fourth grades.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I have the honor of issuing awards from kindergarten through fourth grade. We'll start with kindergarten. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with the third place winner and call each winner up individually. We'll have time for a photo. And then once all of the grades are announced, we're going to break the room, and then you can come up and get pictures of parents and students with their maps when we're done with the award ceremony. First, I just want to recognize and say all of these maps are quite incredible, whether you're in high school or kindergarten, and put a lot of effort into them, and you should all be very proud. So I will start with the kindergarten. For third place, I'd like to bring up Jack Lerza from Latrobe School. Hey, Jack, how are you? Congratulations. Oh my God. Congratulations on third place. Stay here, okay? Look at the camera. All right, stay here. For second place, I would like to bring up Emery Randall from Camino Polytechnic. Congratulations. Want to look at the camera? And our first place winner for kindergarten is David Lopez from Latrobe School. Congratulations, David. Good handshake. I like that. Here's your ribbon. You want to get a group photo? We good with photos? One more here? All right. All right, congratulations, guys. You can go back to your seats now. All right, moving on to first grade. The third place winner is Violet Lizanbi from American River Charter. Congratulations. All right, stay here. Second place winner is Victoria Mavey from American River Charter. Congratulations, Victoria. And first place for first grade is Opal Grano from Camino Polytechnic. Congratulations. You want to take a picture? All right, great job, guys. You can go back to your seats. Thank you. Oh, you need one more? Okay. Come on, one more photo. Oops. One more here. All right, everybody face forward. Opal. All right, thank you.
Good job.
All right, for second grade, third place winner is Wesley Aston from Latrobe Elementary. Okay.
So,
Or you want
he's absent.
to? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Wesley.
Wesley's not here. And for the first time ever, my understanding, we have two second place winners, a tie. What first is going to be Addison Peace from Camino Elementary. And Fox Newman from Camino Polytechnic. Congratulations, Fox. Don't need yet. And for first place for second grade is Riley Randall from Camino Polytechnic. Congratulations, Riley. There you go. Let's take some photos. Want to look to your right? I think we need to take one to your right. There we go. All right, thank you. Congratulations. All right, moving on to third grade. For third place from Sutter's Mill Elementary, Naomi Dillman. Congratulations. And in second place from Sutter's Mill Elementary, Wyatt Bala. And in first place, from Sutter Mill Elementary, a clean sweep from Sutter Mill, Cornelia Dillman, first place. Congratulations. I look to your right.
And over here.
All right, congratulations. All right, now moving on to fourth grade. Third place from Camino Polytechnic is Michaela Powell. Congratulations. And in second place, from Northside Elementary, Whitney Stanhope. Congratulations, Whitney. And first place, from Northside Elementary, Amelia Romanovsky. Did I see your last name right? All right, good job. Congratulations. All right, want to look to the right, get another photo? All right, thank you. Supervisor Veerkamp.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see some familiar faces that have been around this county for a long time and have educated our kids as well, and we appreciate that. This is like my 9th map contest awards, so this is just great, and these maps are unbelievable. Every year they just get better and better. So I'm going to kick this off with the 5th grade, and we'll do continue on with the 3rd place for 5th grade. Evelyn Wagner, Millers Hill School. Evelyn. And 2nd place is Jocelyn Brown, Millers Hill School. Jocelyn. And it gives me great pleasure to present to Gold Trail School, which George and I both went to school at just the other day, right, George?
Yeah,
Yeah, just the other day.
the other day.
All right, Mila Gomez, first place. Very good. Congratulations. Moving on to 6th grade, another Gold Trail School, Grant Seckington, 3rd place. Grant. Second place, Desi Pace, Mountain Creek Middle School. Desi. And first place, Gold Trail School, Jasper Johnson. Congratulations, you guys. Okay, 7th grade, 3rd place, Chloe Ozobiani. Probably butchered that. Camerado Middle, not here. Doesn't look like it. All right, 2nd place, Madison Ritchie, Millers Hill School. Madison.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And first place, Viba Sanu. You want a picture on this side?
Yes.
Overwhelming everybody, I think. All right, thank you. Congratulations, girls. Okay. And 8th grade, 3rd place, Isaac Abbott, Gold Trail School. And second place, Jacob Neal, Gold Trail School. And first place, Alice Tien, Miller's Hill. Alice. Go Blazers, right? All right, congratulations. Supervisor Turnbull, I believe it's your turn. Better be some more Gold Trail students on your list.
I'll do a little something at the end.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're in 90. George that has the Liz and Van.
Got to excuse me a little bit. I got a bad knee, so. Anyway, good morning, everyone. I'm glad everybody showed up today. That's great. And these maps, like Brian was talking about, they're unbelievable. And you guys, you put a lot of work into these things. And they're absolutely beautiful. They really are. So I'm going to be doing 9th grade to open category. All right, 9th grade, first place, Joseph Eisenby, American River Charter. Congratulations. There you go. Hold that right here. Whoop, first, okay. Carla, go ahead. Okay, now turn this way. Okay, congratulations. All right, 10th grade.
Oh, not here.
Not here?
Second place is not here.
Okay. Second place is not?
No.
Okay. Alyssa Yurlich, first place. There you go.
Not here.
Congratulations. Come on over here. Stand right here. She wants you to show, pull that.
Oh.
Okay. It's okay. Okay, turn this way. This way. Yeah, congratulations. Oh, second place is here. Okay. Sammy Dakar, Oak Ridge High School. There you go. All right. One more time. You want to hold yourself? I'll turn this way.
Perfect.
That's okay. Congratulations. All right. Anyway, 11th grade, Pyra Abbott, El Dorado High School.
Priya. Is this Priya?
There you go. Congratulations. Okay.
Second place.
Second place.
Oh, yeah. Second place, Adeline Lisenby, American River Charter. All right. Congratulations. Stand right here. All right. Now turn this way. Sorry if I'm giving you guys directions. Sorry about that. All right. Congratulations. Okay, 12th grade, first place, Jolene Bernanday. It's okay. Got a card up? Okay. Turn it on here. Congratulations. Okay. All right. Open category.
I don't see that our open categories are here, but if they snuck in, find out.
Are they here?
I'm seeing that they're not.
Oh, they're not here?
Delilah and Esther.
Is Delilah and Esther here? I don't see him.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, Brooke.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbow.
You're welcome. Thank you. It's good seeing you.
You too.
Thank
There you
you. Good job. All right.
Kind of skated a little bit on this.
Do you need your cane, or are you okay getting back up there? Okay. I can't believe that the building that these two gentlemen went to school in is still standing. Has it been renovated and worked on a little bit?
We get beat up all the time, right?
All right, I have some special awards that I would like to give out at this time. One in particular, a Superstar Award. We inadvertently left this person off the list last year, so we want to make that correction this year, and I'd like to invite Kylie Steigel to come forward. She is a Superstar Award winner, meaning she's placed for at least 4 years in her career. There it is. I didn't see her do that. She's sneaky.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Congratulations. Sorry about missing you last year. Sorry about that. Good job. Now, still in that same category, we have 4 Superstar Award winners for 2026. Again, these are all students who have placed at least 4 times in this competition. Would you like me to bring them all forward at once?
Yeah, if you would like to.
Okay. All right. May I please have Grant Seckington come forward? Isaac Abbott. Jacob Neal. And Jolene Berindi. Congratulations. Our superstars. All right, we have, congratulations. We have 2 more awards to give out. One is the Outstanding Achievement Award, which is given to the school with the most winners. Drum roll, please. Camino Polytechnic. Okay, great. Thank you. Tell her we said congratulations. And finally, the School Spirit Award, which is the school with the most map entries. Drum roll, please. Northside School, 105 entries. Wow, good job. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, and that concludes our 2026 Sage Awards. Please feel free to stick around, take photos with your kids with their maps if you wish. We will reconvene at in 10 minutes. So 9:50.
It's right here.
Yes, let's do a big group photo first. All the winners come forward, please.
All the winners.
They want us all down there?
The supervisors.
Oh, we're gonna stay up here or come down?
It's gonna be fun.
Do they get to take the maps home? All right, you're doing great. All right. All right, we all want you. 1, 2, 3, winners. Winners. Woo. Yeah. One more time. Go. Yeah. Got it. Perfect, you guys. Sorry.
All right, welcome back to the Board of Supervisors regularly scheduled meeting. We just finished with the SAGE map. and that
I'm
was-
sorry, could we ask that the members that are on the dais currently, if they could maybe exit the dais or? Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. All right, we have a few minutes before our 10 o'clock time certain. So on department matters, I would like to start with item number 48, which is the Fair Ad Hoc Committee. Madam Clerk?
Item number 48 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board establish and appoint 2 members to a fair ad hoc committee.
And our CAO, Ms. Phillips.
Sure. We've had appointed fair ad hoc committees on and off in the past for specific issues. And there was a discussion recently about perhaps trying to purchase some of the property down near the fairgrounds on the Armory property from the state. And so we thought it might be a good idea to appoint a fair ad hoc committee to have discussions with the fair as we go through that process.
All right, I'll bring it to my colleagues. Is there interest in being on an ad hoc committee for the
Yeah,
fairs?
I would like to be on that committee because, you know, there's a lot of history between our 2 families, actually Brian and myself. So I think we'd be really good on that committee.
I'd be fine with that, being in District 3 and the prior familiarity with it as well.
I would nominate Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Veerkamp to the ad hoc.
Okay, there's a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin being absent.
Thank you. Let's see if we can squeeze in item number 50, which is the Chief Administrative Office jurisdictional reorganization. Madam Clerk.
Item number 50 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and the Jurisdictional Reorganization Ad Hoc Committee recommending the board, 1, authorize staff to enter into negotiations with Garden Valley Fire Protection District in support of a potential regional shared services model on the Georgetown Divide, and 2, conceptually approve the use of funding from the county's settlement with Pacific Gas and Electric Company over the mosquito fire for the first 2 years of the shared services agreement.
All right, and I'll turn this back over to our Chief Administrative Officer, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you. So as we've expressed over the years, there are continued funding problems with rural fire districts in our county. And so we look for any opportunity that there might be to achieve efficiencies and more collaboration. In this case, there are 3 districts that serve the divide: Mosquito, Garden Valley, and Georgetown. Georgetown Fire's chief retired last summer. Mosquito Fire's chief is retiring this August. And so Georgetown and Garden Valley have already entered into a shared services agreement. They're working together collaboratively quite well on things such as training, administration, and purchasing. And so we'd like to see if that model might work to extend to Mosquito. We've been having discussions with some of the Mosquito board members and some of the community members out there, and they are open to just exploring that discussion with Garden Valley. However, as that chief is currently basically the chief of 2 departments because he's serving Garden Valley as well as the shared services through Georgetown, he's beginning to be spread a little bit thin. So the county and the jurisdictional ad hoc committee of Supervisors Parlin and Ferrero met and talked about potentially providing some of this funding to Garden Valley to bolster their resources to serve all 3 districts. And this funding would be sort of contingent upon those shared services agreements remaining in place. And it's just a support to see how this collaboration might work and potentially extend into something maybe longer term. The mosquito fire settlement funding, as I think, we've seen in the public comment today, was related to a settlement with PG&E for the mosquito fire and the impacts to that area. We will be having a larger discussion with the board next week on the 28th about the balance of that funding, that $8.5 million. But we are here today recommending that a portion of that, up to $400,000, be used in that divide area to enhance fire services for potentially 2 years of that shared services agreement.
All right. Are there questions of my colleagues?
I would imagine the ad hoc is recommending.
The ad hoc, yes, we met last week and we are recommending this. We feel that a small price to pay to bolster fire service up on the divide, including Volcanoville. This money is settlement money, not coming out of our general fund. And we are in hopes of, creating more consistency through our smaller departments up the hill. So yeah, we do recommend it.
I would concur. I think there's a nexus, and it's a great investment to try to shore up that area that was always had a little bit of short.
Yeah, especially when they've
Funding.
had a lot of the problems with the fire departments up there. So I think this is a great thing. Thank you for that, Greg. You and Lori both.
So my only question is, utilizing one-time money like this for personnel, especially if it's ongoing, like how do you sustain that?
We do have a plan, a longer term plan. It's going to take a little bit of time to work out. But if this is successful, then we do have a longer term funding plan that we haven't quite discussed publicly yet, but.
Okay. And Ms. Posey, who spoke under public comment on this particular item, she mentioned something that I see a lot in District 5, especially in the Pollock Pines area, and that is these one-way accesses, single way in, single way out. Is that something that will be addressed in that longer-term solution?
With the balance of the settlement funds. So yes, there will be a recommendation from the ad hoc committee next week on the 28th. And we will also have the DOT director here to discuss some of the investigation that he's already done to improvements to Volcanoville Road. And he has looked into a second way out and he can report out on his findings there. It's
Okay.
a lot more complicated than it would seem, but he can fill you in next week on that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and
Look
I just
forward
want
to that.
to comment on that, Brooke.
Yes.
Whopper's already looking in these roads that are only one way in, one way out. So they're doing a good job in researching all that and putting it all together, especially when it comes to evacuation.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, good to hear. Are there any further questions or comments?
No, ma'am.
I would entertain a motion.
I'll make
Public-
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We already had it. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, George.
Public comment.
Well, let
I'll
you
wake
do it.
up.
Go ahead. You're on the
Yep.
ad hoc
I will
committee. I'll let you
move
do it.
to approve item 50 to dedicate one-time settlement fees to the fire departments.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin being absent.
All right, thank you. Let's go to our first public hearing. Do I have to wait 20 seconds? Yes, I do. Okay. The longest 20 seconds of my life right there. All right, it is now 10 a.m. We'll go ahead and move toward our first public hearing, which is item number 52. Madam Clerk, will you read this item into the record?
Item 52 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing consistent with the Mitigation Fee Act requirement to consider an adjustment of 3% to the El Dorado Hills Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule, Cameron Park Community Service District Fire Impact Fee Schedule, and the Cameron Park Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule based on the 2025 Consumer Price Index. 2, find that the revised El Dorado Hills Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule and Cameron Park Community Service District Fire Impact Fee Schedule and the Cameron Park Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule is consistent with the Mitigation Fee Act. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the revised El Dorado Hills Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule. 4, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the Cameron Park Community Service District Fire Impact Fee Schedule. And 5, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the revised Cameron Park Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing and welcome Ms. Stout, who's our Principal Management Analyst out of the CAO's office.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Today's hearings are to address 3 different requests, as Kim has read those off, for El Dorado Hills Community Service District and Cameron Park, both for their park and their fire impact fees. Under the Mitigation Fee Act, these fees are established to offset the impacts of new development on public facilities, and the Board of Supervisors are the ones that have to adopt these fees based on the nexus studies and fee reports that are conducted by the special districts. According to the Mitigation Fee Act, any adjustment in fees must be approved through a resolution at a public hearing today. Today's request is based on the 2025 Consumer Price Index, which was 3%. This is the first time that Cameron Park CSD, for both fire and park impact fees, that they have adjusted these since they had their nexus studies approved in 2028 for fire and 2029 for park. And El Dorado Hills CSD did their adjustments last year for 23 and 24. So if the board adopts these today, the fees will take effect in 60 days. That's the end of my presentation. We do have representatives from both districts here if you have any questions.
Okay, great. Any clarifying questions by my colleagues?
No, thank you.
Not yet.
Okay. All right, not at this time. So we'll go ahead and open the public comment. Ms. Dawson.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 52. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public here in the room that would like to address the board on this particular item? Okay, seeing none, may we go on Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for further deliberation or action. It's your pleasure.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll move the item for approval.
I think we need to take each individual one,
Okay.
one at a time. So number 3, number 4, and number 5.
David, do we need to take them that way, or you want 3, 4, and 5 together?
So since it's been drafted with separate, excuse me, separate resolutions, I think it would be okay to do a single motion, but they are all embodied in separate resolutions, given that there are different fees for different districts.
Okay, so I would move that we approve item 3, which is for El Dorado Hills Community Service District, and item 4, which is Cameron Park Community Service District Fire, and item 5, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the revised Cameron Park Community Service District Park Impact Fee Schedule.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin being absent.
All right. Let's move on to item number 53, which is also a public hearing on the Highway 50 Kybers speed zones. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Ms. Dawson?
Item 53 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board receive public comment regarding State of California Department of Transportation proposed update to speed zones on State Route 50 from Kybers Maintenance Station to 0.2 miles east of 33 Milestone. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Mr. Honeycutt from Traffic Superintendent for the Department of Transportation. Would you like to present this item, or will Mr. Martinez?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Mr. Honeycutt is not here, but I just wanted to let you know that this is a public hearing for the change of speed on US 50. It is a Caltrans facility, but we have opened it up for the public hearing portion of it so that Caltrans can get that information out. And if there are any comments regarding that aspect, they'd be more than welcome to answer them. This is very similar to the speed surveys that the county performs in our own jurisdiction. County maintained roads, in where a traffic survey has to be performed in order for the speeds to be enforceable by law. And so this is just a perfunctory item that Caltrans, similar to us, need to actually go through the motions to make sure it is enforceable through the CHP. So with that said, I will hand it over for any public comment.
Okay, let's see. Do we have any clarifying questions by the board first?
Are we approving anything today, or are we just a receive and file? Or what's?
That's a good question. So, Mr. Martinez? So the question is, are we actually approving anything? Do we have any authority?
No, we do
in
not.
this matter?
No, the Board of Supervisors, County of El Dorado does not have any jurisdiction over this. This is something that is through the state of California on their state highway system. And the representative from Caltrans is here, and she can give you a little bit more information on that if you'd like.
Okay, that would be great. Would the representative from Caltrans like to come forward?
Oh, you over there. Sorry.
We'll find one
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Mary Bolkova. I'm the Office Chief of Safety Programs. I'm here on behalf of Caltrans District 3, and we're here to hear the public comments. Wanted to let all of you know that the ones that will be commenting today, your comments will be taken into consideration before the final decision is made. However, we still have to go through the process and wait to receive other comments from those that may not be here today. So thank you again, and I'll open it up for comments.
Glad you're here. And Ms. Bokova, I have a question for you. You know, obviously I drive this road a lot. And my concerns are for many of the small communities that are along Highway 50 and are bifurcated by the highway. Strawberry would also be a community that I'm very concerned about. Witnessed car accidents there myself. Khyber's definitely similar concerns. My question is, when you drive Highway 50 from here to Tahoe, there are many, many curves that have a yellow sign that tells you a speed limit that's other than the speed limit. For example, a lot of them are 35 miles an hour. So I was kind of testing myself today coming down, and I was even coming down in rain and snow. But, you know, I could easily take those corners at 50 miles an hour. There's no jerking of the car. I don't feel like I'm out of control. But the posted speed limit is 35 miles an hour. What is the difference between a turn like that and the posted speed limits that you're looking at posting that are going through communities?
The yellow signs that you see mostly around curved areas and in other locations are what's called curve warning signs. So they have the speeds that are recommended for the driver, that's recommended speed at which it is safe to go through the curve. Many drivers can go faster, however, it was determined through some calculation that this is considered the safe speed. Enforceable speed limit that's posted on the white side is different because that is the speed limit that can be enforced by local law enforcement if somebody's exceeding that. The signs on the yellow signs are not enforceable, they're just recommendations.
Those recommendations, the yellow signs, are they based on any kind of traffic analysis of what the average person takes those curves at?
Yeah, they're calculated through a design process. Curves are designed for certain speeds that are considered safe. to traverse. But as I mentioned, some drivers could probably drive faster. This is just what's recommended for most vehicles.
Okay. Thank you for explaining the difference between those two. I appreciate it. And it's good to see you here today.
Me
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any questions of my colleagues,
Yeah,
Mr.
I got-
Turnbull?
I got a question. Can you come back up? Sorry. You know, I travel that road quite a bit too myself, and the biggest concern that I have is people getting out of where they live, because there's a lot of cabins on that particular area when you're going up Highway 50 around Kybers and stuff. And it's bad enough to be able to pull out, especially when the speed limit would be 55. And my personal, did you do a study on that? I'm sure you did, right? I mean, but the biggest part I have is, and it's hard to pull out on some of them areas to get back on the freeway, especially when you're pulling out from these cabins or these people that live around in that area. So I'm just a little bit concerned about it myself, especially with it's going to be increased. And that's going to be pulling out, you understand that it's going to close very, very fast, especially. So I just worry about, we have enough accidents as it is on Highway 50 in that particular area. So this could probably increase more accidents. Am I correct or not?
No, because it's up to the driver to be aware of their surroundings. So when they're entering an area where there's houses, drivers, they have to be aware and watch for people pulling out of the drivers. It's in the law. It's in the California Vehicle Code 22350.
I totally understand that, but to get going, especially on some of these areas where you're pulling out from, especially when you're coming around corners and stuff, I don't know. I'm just a little bit concerned about it myself, because I think the response time, yeah, it could end up creating more accidents, my personal opinion, so.
Yeah, I think we fully understand the speed survey and the whole thing behind that, but in these areas where there's homes, vacation rentals and so forth. And unfortunately, Supervisor Ferrero knows this firsthand. The drivers don't pay attention. They really don't care who's on the road trying to get out. They want to get home or they want to get to. So it's just something really, I think, to take into consideration as you review this. Unfortunately, Highway 50 is a 2-lane wagon road made into almost an interstate, and it's very, very dangerous. And Kybers has a lot of head-ons right there too. And it may not be the residents pulling out, but it's the drivers that don't pay attention or don't care.
Other comments by my colleagues?
So I
Mr.
think
Ferrero?
you kind of have competing interests in this scenario. If you follow the speed survey and increase the speed limit, which the speed limit says, or the survey says is justified, to 55, we all know people see the speed limit sign, and I've got 28 years of experience with the CHP prior to this. You see a speed limit that says 55 miles an hour, you think you're justified to go 65. So the speeds will increase as they go through Kybers. If we leave it at 45, we're not going to be able to enforce the
Yes,
law,
that's correct.
the prima facie law of 45 miles an hour, because it's right, because the speed survey
Expired, yeah.
justifies 55. So, I mean, we're not making this decision. The state's going to have to make this decision, but if we leave it at 45, it's going to be unenforceable with pacing, LiDAR, and anything. So, but that is an area where there are buildings, within a few feet of the road. And I mean, personally, if it was up to me, I'd probably leave it at 45.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrero. Thank you, Ms. Bokova.
Other comments?
Any other
Thank you.
questions for Caltrans? Okay.
We're going to open it up.
We'll go ahead
Hang
and,
on.
we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. I think our clerk of the board did note also that we received 3 written public comments that I hope all of you received. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 53. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Beth Simons. I actually live in Myers. and I've been coming down at least once a week for the last 9 months to visit Placerville. So here are my complaints. We never lower the speed limits. We keep raising the speed limits. No matter what speed limit you put there, someone's going to go faster. That's a very busy road, very fast, many curves. And I think by raising the speed limit, you're going to create more problems. You have small vehicles pulling trailers. You have unsure drivers up there. You have weather on a regular basis. Today we had white rain. It was 35 degrees and snowing. And so you have a number of people. If you put down a different speed limit, I think we should have 45 miles an hour from Ice House all the way into Myers. By changing the speed limit going up and down, you have vehicles that speed up and pass and create bottlenecks as they go through the passing lane, cutting off other drivers and thereby creating accidents. You have a limited number of emergency personnel between basically Pollock Pines and Myers, and your emergency personnel are having to drive many miles on 2-lane roads, blocking the road to handle any of these emergencies going forward. I think you should maintain 45 all the way from Ice House, all the way to Myers. Myers at one time was 35. Because of your speed limit changes, we went to 40. I can't cross the street in Myers except at the roundabouts, where even that's a problem. And I also think when we keep raising our speed limit, I think from Highway 15, from 15th Avenue all the way up to Tahoe City, it shouldn't be more than 35 miles. You guys keep raising the speed limit, making it harder for people who live in the area to get in and out, and increasing the chances of accidents. We have wildlife through there. 2 weeks ago, I was attacked by a deer, which I have a little bit of front end damage on my car. And you have a number of issues there. By raising it to 55, you've created much more problems. And then if you want to look at the energy conservation, if you increase your speed and then constantly decrease your speed around all those curves, we're negating all the things that go with energy conservation, even with the hybrid cars. And so I think you should take another look without increasing the speed limit and maybe lowering the speed limit and enforcing the laws that are already out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sun. Good morning, Ms. Stanton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Allison Stanton, and I would like to strongly oppose this speed limit increase in 3 different capacities. And I feel like I need to talk to the people behind me and not the people in front of me.
But they're
I am a
listening.
20-year resident of Silver Fork. I am also a trustee of the Silver Fork School, which is less than a half a mile from this segment, and the current board president, and I'm also the secretary treasurer of our water association. And there are 3 water associations, and everyone I've spoken to strongly opposes this. The traffic study that was done is absolutely indefensible in increasing the speed limit. In the easternmost segment of the segment in question, there was no speed study due to a curve restricting speed. To the rest of us, that's called a blind corner. And there were 6 accidents in that area due to improper turn and traveling too fast for conditions. The collision rate in that section is higher than the statewide average. After this was proposed, which I believe was proposed in November of 2025, there was a double fatality in that section where a husband and wife were killed and their 2 children were trapped in the car for hours after that. Earlier in the other 2 sections, there is the highest concentration of intersections anywhere on Highway 50. There are 8 intersections right there. There have been 6 accidents, including a fatality in that section. And this data all cuts off on January of 2024, so it doesn't include anything of 2025. There was another very, very terrible multi-car accident there in October of last year, which shut the highway down for hours. The collision rate is not higher than the statewide average. But again, this whole section of highway, there are many people that live there. There are many intersections, more than anywhere else along Highway 50. And the other aspect about enforceability is that there is no enforcement in Kybers. There are never cops there, never. I've never seen a cop sitting there ever. And they don't pull anyone over anywhere in the section. The last place that cops sit is at the salt station down past Fresh Pond. And then again, up near Sierra at Tahoe. Cops don't stop anybody hardly anywhere, occasionally at Wrights Lake Road, but nowhere below Wrights Lake Road in Kybers or along it because it's too dangerous for them to sit there most of the time. So there are not cops. So the enforcement angle is not defensible and it doesn't happen. So please do not increase the speed limit. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to comment, because the same was not afforded to Strawberry when the speed limit up there was increased and they didn't get the opportunity to make public comment. So thank you very much for taking our comments.
Thank you.
And thank you, Brooke, for
Thank
bringing
you.
it forward.
Of course.
It wouldn't have happened without you.
Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time on this particular item? Oh, okay, we'll help them.
We'll go to that in a minute.
Did you want to speak?
I'm related to him, so.
Oh, okay.
Madam Clerk, would you please go to our online participants?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Arash Palzad.
Good morning, everybody. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
I do appreciate it. My name is Arash Paksad. I just wanted to touch on something real quick before I got into what I wrote down about the enforceability. I believe that that is a correct statement that it's not enforceable right now at 45 miles per hour, but we don't have enough 45-mile-an-hour speed signs to help enforce the law. They're very rare, they're few and far between, and we need more. And I believe you'll see an immediate safety uptick. There are not enough speed signs. Again, on the survey, I was present for the survey. I'm a property owner, business owner, and a resident of Kybers. The survey is 1 day for 2 hours. I was hanging out with Caltrans while they were doing it. And that's the extent of the survey. My public comment statement today. Good morning. Again, my name is Arash Paksad, and I'm a resident and business owner in Kybers. I'm here today to strongly oppose any proposal to increase the speed limit on Highway 50 through our community. I've submitted a petition by email this morning with over 150 signatures from residents and regular visitors who share this concern and do not support a speed limit increase. I am prepared and can easily obtain more signatures from valid residents and visitors to the community. That's no problem for me. The stretch of Highway 50 is not just a roadway, it's where people live, work, and raise their families. Within this corridor, we have homes, an elementary school and junior high school, local businesses, restaurants, cafes, a hotel, and a post office, all directly impacted by traffic speed. We already deal with dangerous driving conditions. There have been multiple serious and fatal accidents along this corridor, and speed is consistently a contributing factor. Increasing the speed limit will not make this road safer. It will increase the severity of crashes and put more lives at risk. It will also put Caltrans workers, residents, and pedestrians and commuters in a more dangerous position. What this area needs is better enforcement and safer speeds, not faster traffic. I respectfully urge you to reject any proposal. I urge Caltrans to hear us out on this before it's too late. Any increase in the speed limit through Kybers needs to prioritize safety before speed. This is a community, not a shortcut. Please treat it like one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Niall Bennett, Cochon, Pollock Pines. If I understand this correctly, this doesn't end with the board taking action because it's a hearing to take comment. I'm sure County Council could hopefully give you a way to have a unified voice that shows that you have listened to all the written comments, all the oral comments, and the surveys, and myself. No, don't raise the speed limit. You know, it's going to be up to Caltrans, but I hope you make it very clear from what you're hearing. I have lived next to these rural roads in other counties, and the bottom line is safety has been shared, and it's not going to be safety through enforcement for both resources and the way the road winds and turns. In both of those other areas, when these nexuses came up, the signs went up, so did the death rate. And sadly, one of them was on a rural highway that fed a high school, and way too many funerals on an annual basis. But to me, this is looking at how can you maintain a safe highway by a different criteria, which is the behavior of people. I mean, sometimes that's a 25-mile-an-hour zone when it's backed up. But number one for me is safety, and especially for people crossing the streets. This is Caltrans. They're going to focus mostly on vehicle traffic. That's their space. I think you need to take the space from all the voices of the community and the lived experience. It needs to stay where it is now, because at least that increases public safety. There is no increase in public safety when you have a rural highway, limited resources, the speed curves, everything that's been shared. So please make it clear that you're going to support your community voice in whatever way you can. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I just want to lend my voice in support of everybody who's written in and spoken already. I was actually really shocked to see that there was a recommendation to increase the speeds through these areas. When, as noted, if we increase the speed limit, Supervisor Ferraro knows it for sure, people will go faster. So this wouldn't just be saying like, hey, 55 is the speed limit. Basically, it'd be saying what people assume. No, that means 65 is the speed limit. That it's all unsafe. I think that first of all, it was unfortunate that the survey was not on the agenda item, so it'd be easier to access to review the details for it. But I would think that the survey should include heavier weighting on the hazards of the area and the roadways to protect the residents and the travelers. Things like the fact that it's a smaller roadway, frequent turns, wildlife was mentioned today. So this is just not a good idea at all, and I recommend a reevaluation. I like Leo's suggestion that it would be nice for the supervisors to provide a combined voice back to the state for consideration of modifying the survey and making sure that this increase doesn't occur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from T. Walker.
Hello. Can you hear me? Sounds like a tin can.
You have an echo. Do you have another device on?
Let me check. Is that any better?
No, there's still an echo.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to fix that. I did email Supervisor Lane this morning with my comments. We'll have to leave it at that.
Thank you. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to the board. Do you have any further comments or questions at this time?
Well, I just want to say that Greg and I and Brian are on the Transportation Commission, and that's an issue that we can bring up, because we have Caltrans is there, and some of the projects that are doing. So this is something we can actually work on and make sure they could address this. I mean,
Best we can, yeah.
Yeah.
Not as simple as it sounds, but again, given the area and the complexity and I think the major accidents in that area, This is just not an area to increase speeds, as well as enforcement's a difficult situation up there. So the lower the speed limit, the better. Although if they move it, as Supervisor Ferrero alluded to, then there'd be no way to enforce it. But I think we urge that they do not increase the speed based on testimony today and the accident rate and so forth.
I agree. Regarding enforcement, there's always ways to enforce. They can't, if the speed limit remains at 45 and the speed survey justifies 55, the officers can't enforce the posted speed limit. They still can enforce an unsafe speed for conditions. Is section 20, going back in my memory, 22.350, which gives officers a lot of discretion in enforcing speed for unsafe speed for conditions. I mean, it takes more thought on the officer, it takes more testimony. It's not as simple as saying, you know, they exceeded the posted 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, but it can be enforced.
These are all good comments. With regards to the Transportation Commission, I mean, I think we're in the same spot. It is a Caltrans decision. It's their road, it's their responsibility. And so, yes, to have the Transportation Commission chime in as well and maybe make a similar recommendation that Caltrans reconsider this might be helpful, at least from that regard. And then Supervisor Ferrero, your experience and everything is helpful in your comments. But I agree with what was already said, which is CHP doesn't do anything in this particular area. I'm going to say ever. I know where their spots are, you know. There's sometimes a motorcycle at the salt place and there's always a CHP at the pullout after Sierra at Tahoe, and they make a lot of money up there. So that's where they kind of enforce. This is not an area that is being enforced. So I'm not worried about it being unenforced because it is already unenforced. Yeah. So I have grave concerns. I've shared this with Caltrans. Caltrans, thank you for being here today. And especially Ms. Bokova, we've worked with her on many other different things, and she's done a great job educating me on all of this stuff. And this vehicle code 22350 basically says, you know, you should be traveling the speed that's safe. So if you rear end somebody going 5 miles an hour, you could be cited for unsafe driving because you were driving too fast because you couldn't stop when you were going 5 miles an hour. So the logic around all of this, it is logical, but the actual implementation of it is where I side with the community that it's just going to ask people to drive even faster. And I've seen people walk across the highway to get to different places. We definitely talked about vehicles coming onto the road. It's hard to do. You have to pretty much floor it. This is a problem throughout El Dorado County. We've even seen speed limits go up in the Camp Rich area, which is very transit populated, and there's lots of wildlife. And yet we feel like we just don't have a say or control. And so I also join Ms. Stanton in thanking Caltrans for being here and for listening. And I would like to maybe informally just come together as a board to say that we would strongly like Caltrans to reconsider their position on this, given the testimony that you've heard today and the concerns. So if I don't know, Mr. Livingston, is that about all we can do?
Yeah, and I think you have about expressed that. I mean, the item wasn't agendized for any board action, rather it was just to receive the comment, which is consistent with what the statute requires. I mean, I think the message is clear, and I think each board member has expressed similar sentiment. So I don't believe anything further would be required to convey the board's feelings about this particular action.
About write a letter to Caltrans from the chair.
Sure,
you know,
we could
with
do
our
that.
recommendation.
So I would think the letter might be going too far if it is intended to be a formal action of the board, though there's nothing to prevent any of you individually from communicating with Caltrans. And so if there is a desire to have something memorialized, I might suggest you do it in an individual capacity rather than as a body, again, just because the item wasn't agendized to authorize that type of action.
That's fair.
All right,
Makes
that
sense.
works. Okay. All right, then that will conclude item number 53. Thank you for everybody for joining us. We have a little bit of time before we'd kind of like to go into closed session at 11 o'clock. But we could take, since the Department of Transportation is here with us in the room now, Department of Transportation, would you be prepared to speak on item number 46? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 46. Madam Clerk.
Item number 46 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on transportation road maintenance projects, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting a list of projects funded in the fiscal year 26-27 by Senate Bill 1. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Welcome back, Mr. Martinez.
My pleasure. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County, with you once again. As many of you know, in 2017-2018, the state of California initiated the Road Repair and Accountability Act. It was an additional gas tax that was implemented to collect additional funding for much needed roadway repairs in the state of California. This is collected through gas tax. It was an additional gas tax that was imposed on motorists for the state of California in 2017. This funding is collected by the state, distributed to Caltrans, and then the remainder of that goes to local counties and municipalities. As part of that SB1 Act, it is required that municipalities present to their governing bodies the transparency behind it. So how are those funds being utilized and where is it going to best serve the public, the motoring public? So as part of that, about once a year, the Department of Transportation has been presenting to the board what our future projects are going to be in utilizing those funds for roadway repair and rehabilitation. But as a request by the public as well as the grand jury, the Department of Transportation has decided, and we come up here now twice a year, once in the beginning of construction season and then one at the end of construction season, just to provide that additional layer of information, knowledge, transparency as to how these funds are being utilized and where they're going. With that said, I am here with transportation staff to give you a presentation. I do want to take the honor of introducing the newest member of our executive team, Nathan Haynes. He will be giving you a presentation today. He will be our up-and-coming Deputy of Maintenance and Operations Director. He will be replacing the soon-to-be retired Brian Mullins, who will be leaving us here in June. Nathan comes to us 20 years of experience in the county, the latest being within the fleet management portion of the county. So we're very excited to have him on board and to hear his presentation. So with that said, I'll hand it over to Nathan.
Welcome, Mr. Haynes. No pressure.
Yeah, welcome, Nathan.
Appreciate that. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Nathan Haynes. I will be assuming the role of Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations come July 1st when Mr. Mullins officially retires. It is my pleasure to be here today to present to you our proposal for the upcoming road maintenance projects to provide you an overview with the processes that we use to maintain and improve our roadways and offer you a brief look into the inner workings of the units within maintenance and operations. Next slide, please. Here you can see a tiered chart showing the 5 groups that make up maintenance and operations. I'd like to take a moment to highlight the Fleet Services unit as it won't appear in detail in any later slides. Fleet Services is based here on the West Slope and is responsible for service, maintenance, and repair of all county-owned vehicles. They currently support nearly 600 vehicles, including cars, trucks, and SUVs, across virtually every department, including the Sheriff's Office, DOT, HHSA, engineering, and facilities. Their team performs almost all work in-house, from routine services to advanced diagnostics and repair. The work they do ensures every other department across the county can meet its operational needs by providing reliable vehicles and responsive support. The remaining 4 units shown here will be discussed in greater detail in the next slide. Our bridge crew is responsible for the inspection, maintenance, and repair of 85 bridges throughout the county, along with handling curb, gutter, and sidewalk repair. They also manage the maintenance and replacement of many miles of guardrail. Our traffic and signal crew manages the installation and maintenance of thousands of roadway signs throughout the county, along with 68 traffic signals and the coordinated signal timing and multiple additional lighting systems such as rapid flashing beacons on some of the newer crosswalks. They also perform road striping and pavement marker maintenance. Our heavy equipment shops located on both the West Slope and East Slope maintain and repair all 147 pieces of equipment used by our field crews. This includes everything from chainsaws to dump trucks, off-road, and snow removal equipment. Their support keeps every other maintenance and operation unit equipped and ready to work. Our road crews, also based on both slopes, make up the largest portion of our staff and are responsible for maintaining the county's roadway infrastructure of 1,086 center lane miles. Their work includes repairing roadways, ditches, culverts, and performing brushing and herbicide application within our right-of-way. During the winter months, they are also responsible for all the snow removal operations. The integration of these 5 units across both the west and east slopes, combined with a strong communication and skilled workforce, defines the very meaning of teamwork and ensures we provide the residents of El Dorado County with the highest level of service possible. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see our staff performing some crack sealing applications. This is our primary line of defense to perform an economical way to extend pavement life by preventing water intrusion through the open cracks and into the base, which compromises the foundation and leads to more expensive repairs later on. The next option we have is overlays. This is when we put a new layer of asphalt over the existing layer. Sometimes we can utilize grinding methods to reintroduce crown back into the center of the roadway. By doing so, the standing water is shed into the ditch line, preventing water intrusion and lessening vehicle hydroplaning. When extensive base or subgrade repairs are needed, we can grind beyond the asphalt layer into the base and subgrade, reinforce the base with geogrid, backfill and compact, and then lay new asphalt down to alleviate reoccurring failure points. Next slide. This slide details our surface treatment process we've been using to expand the longevity of the roads that are already in good condition. Micromilling is a process that skims the top of the roadway, taking off the high points, restoring proper grade, and improving rideability. Following that, there are microsurface treatments. This is a thin layer of modified emulsion that encapsulates aggregate of varying sizes depending on our needs. Another product option is the rubberized cape seal. This is a multi-layer process that typically uses both the rubberized chip followed by a microsurface treatment. Next slide. Getting into the project selection process, there's several factors that we take into consideration when determining what roads we're going to be performing work on. The funding sources on these projects include SB1, Tribe, General Fund, and Measure S. We look at the potential roads we've noted throughout the 5 districts, analyze the data including PCI and ADT and the estimated life and return, and factor in the economies of scale, which is where we try to tie in projects within the known work area to reduce costs since equipment is already mobilized within that area. Our strategy of prioritizing the roads that are already in fair to good PCI category, allocating 80% of the available funds towards maintaining those roads, combined and improving the roads, and 20% towards rehabilitating the roads that are in poor condition, combined with the newer surface treatment technologies discussed in the previous slide, has led to a significant improvement in the county's overall PCI. In the last 7 years, the PCI has increased from 64 to 70, which is the benchmark that most other counties aim to achieve. Next slide, please. Here's the list of projects that we've completed in 2025. If you look in the lower right corner, this is an example of a deeper dig out that was performed where GeoGrid was placed in on Larson. It strengthens the subgrade prior to repaving to alleviate future asphalt failures from a compromised base. All of these projects were completed with SB1 funding, with the exception of the Cable Road, which was funded by an AQMD grant for dust mitigation. We are always looking to explore any avenues of funding to repair any of the roads available to us. Next slide, please. Here are our proposed projects for the upcoming summer funded by SB1. The Larson and Barkley Phase 2 project is an example where we coordinated with other agencies, in this case PG&E, knowing that they were going to be performing underground utility work, so we waited until their work was completed before starting ours. This prevented unnecessary dig up of the new repairs and allows us to have a much more concise final product. It's also one of the projects that we're utilizing the overlay and wedge cut grinding method to reintroduce crown back into the roadway, improving watershed and the overall safety of the road. The Sly Park Phase 2 project is an example of using the economy of scale method as mentioned before. We're tying in roads like Park Creek and Mormon Immigrant tethered into the Sly Park project since the equipment is already going to be staged there, thus reducing the overall cost to repair these roads versus if they were done independently at a later time. We also have additional grind and pave areas selected within multiple zones of the Tahoe Basin to be funded by a Measure S and the Road Fund. These repairs are scheduled to start at the beginning of June. Next slide, please. Here's the list of the future road maintenance project areas. As discussed, we have identified areas of concern in all 5 districts. The North Canyon Phase 2 is for District 3, Cambridge Road is District 2, El Dorado Hills Boulevard from Harvard to Highway 50 in District 1, Green Valley Road, Lotus Road to city limits is District 4, and Christmas Valley Lower Paradise is District 5. We're also moving forward with replacing any culverts that we can along the way. The locations within Zone 8 for South Lake Tahoe will be determined once recommended budget is finalized and we know what dollar amount we have to work with. Next slide, please. Before concluding this presentation, I would like to take a moment to thank the board for their annual allocation of the $650,000 from Tribe. This additional funding has allowed us to expand This additional funding from Tribe has significantly enhanced our roadside vegetation management program. The additional funding has allowed us to expand our contracted services and accomplish several additional roads this year. Since July, we've completed multiple areas in Gold Ridge, Cambridge, and South Shingle, along with the countywide tree cleanup from thousands of trees from the last storm. In conjunction with our contracted companies for brush removal, we utilize other resources such as Growlersburg, Ponderosa Fire Camp, and Tribal Fire Department to clear areas such as Davidson and Green Valley Road. Once those locations are completed, we will continue to identify and clear additional areas until all of the funds are depleted. When our department is completing SB1 projects, brush removal is primarily completed by the maintenance staff internally. We continue to partner with OWAPR and local fire safe councils to coordinate our vegetation management program, aligning with our efforts and other supporting agencies and municipalities. These joint initiatives help to improve the ingress and egress in areas with limited access, including one-way in and one-way out communities. For example, in May, we will begin a brushing project on Oak Hill Road, which serves to the sole access route for all residents in that area. With that, I appreciate the time you've given me today, and are there any questions I can answer regarding this presentation?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haynes. Are there any questions or clarifications by my colleagues?
I just want to say thank you, Brian and John and Raphael and David back there. I see you. Anyway, thank you for all your hard work and stuff, especially when it comes in my district and stuff. E16 is like it's beautiful. It really is. And it's all the way from Holiday Market all the way to Pioneer. So you guys done a great job. You really have. And I appreciate that very much. And especially Sand Ridge, taking the funds in there and doing Sand Ridge, because now we have an escape route just in case we do have a horrific fire. And it's not when, it's when. You know what I mean? It can happen anytime. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate everything you guys have done. You really done a great job. And thanks for all the ride-alongs and stuff too. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the thanks. Given limited budget and resources, definitely stretch it.
Yeah.
And but that's how we get things done. And I believe Raphael and all of you are magicians in sometimes moving money here and moving money there and getting the grant. So it's all a process, unfortunately, and a game. But y'all do a good job, and the workers also down to the shovel in hand are to be commended for the work that they do. So really appreciate it, and please pass that on to them all.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Ferrero?
Yeah, thank you also. And looking at the cost, it looks, really equitable between all 5 districts. I appreciate that. I do have one question on item 1 for District 1, the El Dorado Hills Boulevard rehab project, where it talks about the brushing, and I guess that's trimming of the trees along the perimeter. Will you be including the trees along that bike path, the Class 1 bike path on El Dorado Hills Boulevard?
On the golf course? The old golf course?
Yeah, adjacent to the old golf course from, basically like Rayleigh's, or from Serrano Boulevard to Station 85 on Wilson.
Brian Mullins, Deputy Director.
There you go.
Now it's on.
Okay, red means go.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
got
hot.
it. Brian Mullins, Deputy Director, Maintenance and Operations. Yes, while we're in the area doing the actual roadside, we will encompass the bike trails in that area also, everything in the right of way.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Other questions? No, seeing none. I never try to pass up an opportunity to talk about kind of the disparity between the districts when it comes to road maintenance. And what I mean by that is I think Mr. Martinez dreads sending me the PCI report every year, but I go through it, with a fine tooth comb. And the way that, I know that PCI is determined by a number of factors, but you give it a score. And for District 5, between a 0, which is a completely failed road, to 47 or 49, which is a failing road, District 5 has 40, where did I write that down? 46% of our roads are in that category. And I mention that because I looked at the other districts as well. District 1, in that same exact count from 0 to 47%, 11% of your roads fall into that compared to District 5, which is 46%. And District 2 comes in at 13%, and District 3 at 15%. And then Ms. Parlin's district comes in also at 13%. So there's a huge disparity between the roads that we deal with up in the basin, not to mention the amount of tourists that we have that just add to that use. And yet I agree, when you look at the SB1 funding, you go, oh, well, that's, pretty well divided up between all the districts. That seems fair. But my question is, it doesn't probably have a good answer, but the question is, how do you catch us up when you continue to have this philosophy that, we try to spread it out amongst all 5 districts. So I understand that everybody has road repair issues, but the disparity between what we deal with up in the basin and what we have down here is very different. We're not making new roads. A lot of the systems down here are in fact new roads as new subdivisions and stuff go in. We just don't have that up in the basin. So how does that philosophically settle in your mind?
Do you?
Brian Mullins, Deputy Director. We do have a lot of challenges in the basin. We have the climate up there where we can be very hot and very cold in the morning, very cool, very hot in the afternoon. The thermal expansion and contraction up there is severe. We're also, like some of the other supervisory districts, unlike Supervisor Ferrero's, where they were built to a very high standard in recent years, within the last couple decades, where Tahoe dates back to the early 1900s, and a lot of the roads were paved right over the top of the granite material up there that you have there in the basin. And yeah, we are hyper focused on making improvements up there, but we didn't get there overnight, and we're not going to reverse it overnight. But I think the long-term strategy that the maintenance division has, you'll see those improvements increase over the next years to come. So we're always looking for opportunity. Obviously, additional funding with the Measure S and SB1, we're making strides in forward and not backwards, but as long as we stick with our plan that we're currently using, I think over the next 10 years, you're going to see vast improvement in the road conditions overall in the basin. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I hate to always harp on it, but it is something that's very visible to our residents and always comes up. So I felt compelled to have the discussion again, but I do appreciate everything that you are doing, and we'll make headway. It's just not fast enough.
I also want to add, Brooke, District 2, there's a lot of projects that are unfunded. For the little amount of money that they have and what they stretch out, I think they're doing a great job. You got to understand, especially with all the housing and build that's going on right now in District 2 on the Trail Road area, it's going to impact a lot of our roads and stuff. But I appreciate everything you guys have done for the little amount of money that you have. So thank you for that.
All right. Any further comments? Okay, then I'll bring this item back to the board for action or deliberation.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would move that we receive, obviously, the presentation, which was great, by the way. Congratulations. And adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 076-2026, adopting a list of projects funded fiscal year 26-27 by Senate Bill 1.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and under discussion, I was remiss in not bringing forward public comment on this particular item where they were saying the money just didn't add up. Did staff want to make a comment on that?
Absolutely. Ashley Johnson, Department of Transportation. There was a couple items that were noted on the cost per lane mile. While the resolution is under a very specific template that is drafted by the state of California, so we add in the phases, they are not apples to apples projects. El Dorado Hills Boulevard is, we produce it by lane mile, that's how we write it, but however, it is going to require night work. There are 4 lanes compared to Slide Park that only has 2. Brushing on Slide Park might be a bit more, so we don't break it down by phase. This is all original estimates. We factor in inflation, what we're anticipating next year. And then when we do look at those numbers, we carry over projects. So as you'll see at the bottom of the resolution, we're carrying over those projects we're completing this summer. So even though the total dollar amount of the estimated projects exceeds what we're saying we're going to get in 26, 27, that is because a portion of the projects being carried over has already been completed in 25 and 26.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin being absent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Supervisor Lane, we have presenters here for item number 47, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to try to fit them in before you went into closed session.
The problem is, we have some people that are supposed to be joining us in closed session for an item that's scheduled to take an hour, and we really can't push it to the afternoon. And this being an item that we think will take a half an hour.
We could probably do it in 15, half that.
If you could do it in 15 minutes, that'll push us a little bit into our lunch hour, but we'd be okay with that.
That works, yeah.
All right,
Just get her all done.
we'll give up a little of
15
our
minutes.
lunch and
Yep.
we'll have item number 47 we will hear right now. Madam Clerk.
Item number 47 comes from Environmental Management Department, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from the El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Committee regarding the 2020 through 2025 Solid Waste Management Plan 5-year review and provide direction if necessary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. So do we have the presentation
I'm
coming up?
pulling it up right
Great. Okay. So I'd like to start by introducing Doug Venable. Doug is our new chair for the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And Tim Engel, who is with Environmental Management, who provides a tremendous amount of support to us so that we can do our work. So I'm just reading all this at home, so I'm ready. Okay, so the purpose of today's presentation is that we have a solid waste management plan, and every 5 years we're to report to you on it. So this is your 5-year for 2020 to 2025. So we're to identify progress towards the solid waste management plan's 75% solid waste diversion goal. This is a aspirational state goal. The state has said that this is where they're going. The actual target right now is 50%, just so you know that. Then explain some state measurement changes. Basically, the goalpost was moved. We'll give you some detail on that. And then identify some key factors affecting diversion, describe the current focus and strategies, and then provide recommendations for the next 5 years. Okay, that makes sense? Let's move on. Okay, so the solid waste management plan was adopted in 2012 and with the target of the 75% decrease by 2030. So it had 32 strategies, programs, infrastructure. 16 of those strategies assumed that we would be have diversion estimates. So the idea was we're going to get 7% more diversion by doing all of these steps in this plan. So then the EDSWAC was required to report every 5 years. So we're here and we would have one last time of reporting to you on this. So in terms of implementation strategies, I think that a lot of credit goes to the county and to the haulers, that all 32 strategies were implemented, ongoing, or they were deemed to be infeasible. There are 2 strategies which we thought we didn't really have the ability to make the decision on, and so we will note those to you. Some of them we thought were infeasible. One was a West Coast JPA. Nobody wanted to participate. We asked twice, so we took that off. The other was an eco park, which would be a regional center for recycling, and this was very expensive. And basically, there was never a plan where we would have that kind of money to do that. We looked into rural transfer stations where we would have out in various areas of the county, we would have small areas, people could bring their recyclable materials, et cetera. And basically we got a NIMBY approach. on all of those. Nobody wanted to have those near where they lived. So we said, okay, we tried, everything was in good faith, and then possibly yard waste burning elimination. So that may or may not be feasible given all of the fire issues that we have in the county and requirements for having defensible space around houses. So at this point, basically, everything's been implemented, it's feasible, and so it's really a reference document more than anything else. Okay. The two strategies that would need Board of Supervisors decisions. The first would be expanding mandatory residential collection. There'd be certainly logistical issues, public acceptance. One of the issues that's a problem with not having the mandatory collection is that there are materials that don't go to El Dorado Disposal in particular that would go if it was mandatory. So in terms of counting our numbers and where we really are, we don't get as good a picture because some of this and some of the heavier materials are going out of county. The other was evaluating the yard waste burning restrictions. So I think this would have to be carefully crafted, looking at fire safety, insurance requirements, feasibility for large parcels or steep parcels. I think there'd be a lot of places where this could be difficult to implement. So we felt that that was something that the Board of Supervisors would need to determine, not us. Okay, so for the 75% diversion, that basically good idea, and we want to work towards it, but it's fewer implementing it, the 75% diversion level. One is it's expensive. If you threw enough money at it, you could get there, but that would be borne by ratepayers. And so you really need to sort of look at the feasibility. So for example, this plan had an eco park at a cost in 2020, I think it was like $2012, of $24 to $39 million. We didn't think that was going to fly here. There wasn't a plan for that. It would need to be regional, et cetera, for that to go. There are changes in recycling markets. We used to have materials that were dirty, we found out, and they won't be accepted. And so there are changes in the markets, changes in what can be recycled. There's limited infrastructure. You need space to manage the materials and the people and the equipment, and we are limited in that in R2 MRFs. We have non-mandatory service. And so as I mentioned, we aren't capturing all of the materials. We've had changes to recycling collection systems. In South Lake Tahoe, they are required by the state to do a 3-cart system. It used to be that people would bring their materials in and they had people who know what went where and they would sort for them. At this point, we've got the carts and people don't know as well as somebody who was paid to sort. And so that has been an issue there. And then we also have organics and green waste collection now that we're doing. So on home construction renovation, we have times with big economic activity and times with low, and that really impacts the numbers that we have. So moving on. So in terms of this chart, this kind of gives you a sense of what we are monitoring, and it moves quite a bit. So we're looking at when there are changes, what is going on with this. I think it's not fair to do a direct comparison between STR and El Dorado Disposal because they have differences in who is using their MRFs. So for example, for STR, 50% are still self-haul. So they're people who, they know what goes where when they bring it in. For El Dorado Disposal, that's 13%. So you have in STR, 25% are residential loads coming in, and El Dorado Disposal is 49%. So I think to caution, because it's easy to look and go, oh, well, they're doing better than they are, but it really is not apples to apples. Okay, I'll move on then. Okay, So then is the shift to the, I'm trying to follow along in my packet. Okay, so the shift, what has been significant is we had our solid waste management plan say we want to get a 75% diversion. Well, the state has changed how they measure what we do. So now they're doing it to pounds per person per day. So essentially, diversion was looking at the waste diverted versus the waste generated. So you got credit for everything that came in and what you diverted and what was left. Now the state is saying let's look at what's left, what's going into the landfill, and per person per day, which the state is calculating, and that's what we want you to decrease. And we're going to do it based on weight. So before we could, have a whole lot of recyclable materials, takes up a huge volume, but it doesn't have much weight. If you have aluminum cans, they're not very heavy. So really to get the waste diverted for weight, we need to look at heavier materials. So construction, demolition, and organics. And that's where the weight is. So we're focusing on the actual disposal quantities. For the PPD, there is a 50% rate that you are to achieve, and we have met that in the county. And going forward to meet the PPD, we're going to look at what's heavy. So to be successful in that, you need to look at what's heaviest and focus your efforts there. Okay, this one I'm going to go over quickly. And that basically we have a 50% diversion that we're required to do. We have met that. And so in the county, we're doing some conversions. So we can say, here, our old measure was, a percentage. Our new is PPD. So can we translate that to see where we are? So what this is showing is that basically we are all above the 50%. We are making progress, but it would take a while to get into much detail on that one. Okay, so the next, we have a pounds per person per day chart. So basically, if you're going up the scale, you're getting worse. And if you're going down the scale, you're getting better. There's a number of factors. I think one of these for South Lake Tahoe is the mandated carts that has impacted because we're still educating people about what goes where. So I'll keep you moving. Okay, so factors implementing diversion, COVID-19 pandemic, different types of materials going in the waste stream, economic growth in home construction. There's huge variation in that. Tahoe has a lot of that. It's very seasonal as far as what's going on there. So that's going to impact all these numbers. We had the fires, recycling markets, what will be accepted, and also requirements to have it be clean or they won't take it. So it's much more stringent. And then just the time to build updated West Coast MRF that took a couple of years longer than was projected. And then requirements for a 3-cart system, which was implemented in Lake Tahoe in October 24. Okay, so in terms of some accomplishments, we had the El Dorado MRF modernization. We expanded so it's expanded transfer building. It's a safer facility in terms of people getting in, getting out. There are more opportunities if you have some recycled materials to go and take those in, and that's free. There's more gatehouses. There's more capacity for organics and C&D materials. So, but essentially for people, I think one of the key notes on this is if I'm home and I'm making a choice, which cart do I put a material in, it's going to stay in that stream. So if I make the wrong choice, that it goes all the way through. There's nobody there to pull it out. And if we have too many people making the wrong choices, then we have contamination problems. Okay, so let me go here. Okay. And moving along. Okay, so what we have spent a significant amount of time on with new legislation is SB 1383. And this is, so not only do we have the PPD, which is if we do more things that are heavier, we'll do better. So that being the C&D and the organics. So this is legislation related to organics. So as you're aware at home, you have now put your food waste in with your green waste. There's also procurement programs. And we have seen it really focused on this. There's been a 24% increase in the organics collected in East Slope between 2021 and 24. West Slope, there gave numbers for 2024, it was 24,000 tons. So that is going well, making progress, and has been a huge impact. Okay, so in summary, all of the feasible solid waste management plan strategies have been implemented. So I think that is important to note. We had this plan, it was detailed, and you've got in your appendices all the detail on what we did and the status, et cetera. So I think that was successful. The 75% diversion was not met by any jurisdiction. We're not saying we're not going to work towards it, but we need to be smart about how to do it, especially with the PPD requirements. There were, as you saw from the charts, diversion increases and decreases in a changing environment. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at, what's happening as we get those numbers. There have been disruptions. And one thing that was most sort of interesting to me looking at all of this data is that when we did the solid waste management plan, the assumption was we were at 65% diversion. So this plan was we're already at this high level and we just need to get another 10%. Well, after that came the whole China sword where we used to ship our recycling abroad. And then we were told, no, we're not accepting it. There's too much garbage in it. So we then started shipping locally and we got feedback that there was a 27% of garbage in the recycling. So we were never actually, I think, at the 65%. So sort of, if you look at that, so we probably have done better. We've made improvements because we have an overinflated starting point because it wasn't as clean and it wasn't all recyclable as we were thinking at the time. Okay, so our diversion system's reliant on residents being informed, and I think that's going to be our big issue, is having people know where to put materials, getting more information out to them, and having that approach versus paying for something really expensive, which would have to be passed on to ratepayers. So recommendations for increasing diversion. One is focus on organics recycling. It's required and it's heavy. Expand public education, because essentially now we have a transfer station. So whatever goes in the cart, it just goes through the transfer station and goes on. So unless somebody is recycling it or sorting it themselves, it's not pulled out. To conduct waste characterization studies. The idea being is we need to know what's in the garbage so that we can plan how to get it out. And then use technology like truck cameras for monitoring, and this is already being implemented so that if they're seeing somebody who's doing something incorrectly, they'll send them a little fix-it ticket. I must admit I got one at home, even though I've done this forever. And it was helpful. It was like something that I didn't know. And so I think that it's done with a good tone on that. And then focus on areas with the greatest opportunities for diversion and develop some real-time data monitoring. We don't need another plan by a consultant. I think that we just need to focus on how to meet our PPD targets. And I think that Ed Swack could be doing that. And so that's where we are. So if you have questions, happy to answer.
All right. You did well. That was like 17 minutes.
Okay,
Good
all
job.
right. I'm two
Thank you.
over.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions by my colleagues? Supervisor Turnbull.
I started this solid waste plan back in 2012. I don't know. I think Sue probably remembers, being that she's been here a long time. But anyway, the diversion rate, we got it up to 65%, but then it went to pounds per person and then it dropped. Is that correct?
Well, yes, so we probably were never actually at 65% because there was a lot of garbage, so it wasn't clean. Once we had to clean it up, I think that we were actually lower.
Okay.
So, but now we have shifted how we measure to the pounds per person per day. So it's basically what goes in the garbage and then how much does it weigh? And then you divide that by the number of people that are calculated.
Yeah, I know we were talking about all kinds of different things way back when I visited an area, in Kenosha, that actually, they burn all their garbage and all green waste and it powers that city is what it does off of that. And I know we have looked at different things here, especially on vessel composting, all kinds of different things. And I know that, Waste Management has facilities. Is Waste Connections ever thinking about maybe doing some kind of a cogeneration plant? Because especially when the garbage eventually is not going to be able to be hauled out of our county, we got to do something here. So I'm just asking, is a possibility they're looking into any of that? Not yet at this time, then, huh?
Yeah, and actually for El Dorado Disposal, it's a lot, the materials are going to Davis or to Ukiah as far as the organics.
Yeah.
Because they have facilities there that can handle it.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, anyway, thank you for the
Okay.
presentation. It's been a long time since I've seen you, so.
Other
Yeah, I
members
just like
have
to
something?
thank the committee. I know it's a thankless job.
It is.
And it's very involved, but I would agree with the recommendations. Again, there's no reason to go out and reinvent, and keeping up with the state mandates is hard enough as it is. So
Yeah.
great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just no questions, just thank you very much for coming.
All right, this is a receive and file, so we will go ahead and move now into closed session. Mr. Livingston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The board will recess into closed session to hear items 1 through 3, if time permitting. Public comment has already been received.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, great. Welcome back, El Dorado County, to the Board of Supervisors regularly scheduled meeting. We will go ahead and pick up where we left off, which is our 1 o'clock open forum. So we will now take open forum comments. Madam Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Would you like to comment to the board? No, you're just hanging out.
No one's here.
Okay. Well, there's no one in the boardroom, so is there anybody on Zoom?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I'd like to urge you to bring back the item about the traffic safety on Highway 50. Public comments, including yours, have a deadline of May 7th, so you have 2 meetings. I think it would add value if you actually had it agendized and you could express the board opinion in a formal way. You would also be able to provide the traffic citation, the survey, and then perhaps you could check with legal counsel, because there are some options when I look at the law where even if it's passed, you can bring it down to 5, where you can add your own engineering survey or public input, because I do feel that if the public comment was accurate about a 2-hour watching the speed limit, did not include the pedestrians and everything else, and you have some rights under the law and where you could express your opinion and take a bit of action. Every mile you drop, I think, is safe for all of us. So thank you for taking my comment. And you can respond under the Brown Act and give direction to staff. Take care.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, live from the Triple Junction, not from Tahoe. We prayed for snow, and we got it. And it was a good end of the season this last weekend. And kind of wish there was some more, but you got to make the transition at some point. And it's hard to keep a ski resort open when it's only pass holders. I wish people understood that. Anyway, as always, I'm going to comment about noticing, because I noticed that the notice is always minimally done, and hopefully we can get towards site posting, which may be part of the new way of things, but I hope so. Actually, I'd like an answer on that one. And as the previous speaker pointed out, yes, you can comment on these things. Anyway, but also that the Town and Country project is definitely a no. It's just the wrong thing for the right place, or the right place for the wrong thing, or it's both wrong. It's the wrong place and the wrong project. Anyway, and what else do we got here? Yeah, sounds good. And we'll be watching you for the summertime or spring and summer, and hopefully we'll have time to get out and burn. Oh, that's another thing. If we can encourage for next year, what's their name, CDF or CAL FIRE, to look at elevational differences for burn permits, say 2,500 feet or Highway 49, east and west. And so that we up here in the higher elevations can get our job done to do our fire safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and move on then. We do have a 2 o'clock time certain today, but I'd like to go back to department matters. And I think we will call up item number 49. This is planning and building reorganization. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 49 comes from Planning and Building Department and Human Resources Department, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution, 1, amending the authorized personnel allocation schedule to add/delete the following allocations. A, add 1 full-time equivalent Chief Deputy Director of Planning and Building. B, add 1 full-time equivalent FTE Program Manager. 3, add 1 FTE Administrative Analyst allocation for housing programs. D, add 1 FTE Administrative Analyst allocation for the Economic Development Program. And E, delete 1 FTE Deputy Director of Planning. And 2, authorizing the Director of Human Resources to make technical and conforming corrections as needed to implement the board's action.
Great, thank you. I'd like to welcome our Director of Planning and Building, Ms. Garner.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable board members. So this request is indeed to add positions in support of economic development and housing programs within our department. As you know, both of those programs have undergone some significant changes in the past year with new direction from the board. So this structure really helps to serve both current and future projected needs. So as some examples, these positions will support our Strategic Economic Enhancement Development Committee and Affordable Housing Task Force. And there are activities that come out of those committees. So oftentimes there's research and materials and putting together agenda. So these positions would be in support of those committees. They'd also have oversight of programs such as our film liaison, affordable housing monitoring, first-time home buyers program, and developing and implementing programs such as the local preference program for affordable housing that this board just spoke about a couple of weeks ago. Currently, there is no staffing solely dedicated to housing, but rather we have other positions that are taking some of their time for housing functions and responsibilities. We also do have a contract with a consultant, a housing firm, to assist with some of those tasks. And I would anticipate we can certainly reduce, if not eliminate, that contract in the future once we get staffing on board and up to speed. In economic development, currently we have 1 filled position that's solely dedicated to economic development. That's our liaison position. And same with housing. We have other staff that are sort of filling in and doing different tasks. And, you know, just not ideal to run those programs in that way. And to be clear, you know, there's positions that we have had in the past, you know, people are, well, what happened to those? So either they're vacant, currently vacant. We've had some that have been frozen because of budget constraints. One that was a reduction in force that was eliminated. So kind of because of those reasons, we're down to what we're at right now. But rather than just refilling those vacant positions, I really took the opportunity to look at the board direction on future programs for economic development and housing, what our needs are, and rather than just simply refill these vacant positions, took the opportunity to restructure and really get the positions in there that I think will do the best job for our current needs. So I won't go over again the positions that Kim read off, but we're, you know, adding a few positions and then deleting one of the vacant positions, the Deputy Director of Planning. It should be pointed out that about half of the costs associated with the housing positions will be grant funded. These are grants that we get on a pretty regular basis. And most of it, well, pretty much all grants that we receive through CDBG or other sources have a portion that can be used for administrative costs. So we do charge what we can for administrative costs. And those are things like our first-time home buyer program, our owner-occupied rehab program. So with these positions, we can more effectively manage and implement our economic development and housing programs. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Questions of my colleagues?
Yeah, I just got one, Karen. When you're talking about affordable housing, will this help especially relieve a lot of your staff working on like Grizzly Flat took a long time, Title 25 together. So having one person dedicated to that will help that, speed that process up.
Certainly would do that. And in fact, I would anticipate these positions, when we get them filled, would be able to help monitor that program and get people through the process quicker to get those homes rebuilt if we can get them on board sooner rather than later. I don't have that number.
All right. Okay, go ahead. Probably nobody listening anyway, so.
Yeah,
Okay. No, I just curious. We don't have a figure.
you know, off the top of my head, I believe it is probably around 100,000 a year. I don't quote me on that, but something close to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Ferrero?
Yeah, so good afternoon. Two of the positions are dedicated towards, or almost entirely to economic development. How do you go about, what are you looking for in those positions? I mean, it's one thing to have a title, but it's more importantly to have the right person.
Correct. So, you know, we certainly people, and it's not unusual for other jurisdictions of our size to have people that do kind of a combination of both economic development and housing. So that would be ideal. But we are definitely looking for someone who knows housing very well. And for one of the analyst positions, you know, I'd like someone that is seasoned, that really understands CDBG funding and reporting requirements and all of that. Our plan is to, for the manager position, have someone that knows a little bit of both, but is probably a little more heavier towards the economic development side, has experience in that. With the analyst, really hoping to get an analyst too on the housing side that also has that experience and knowledge. And then I think, you know, if we have the other analyst position could perhaps come in as a one for economic development that maybe has a little bit of experience, but can learn on the job as well. But yeah, we'll definitely be working with HR on these recruitments to, particularly because they are, the you know, official title is analyst, administrative analyst. That really doesn't tell you what exactly the job is. And so we will work with HR that in the recruitment that it is very clear what the expectations are, because, you know, to be honest, that was a little bit of problems we have had in the past where someone came on board, admin analyst. A lot of times I think that means they'll be working with a lot with budgets and those types of things. And where, while part of that is true, they realized, hey, this job is very different than what I was expecting, and left shortly thereafter. So that is definitely a focus of ours.
All right. Yeah, I would think like for the econ dev especially, really got to have someone that's forward thinking with the business acumen. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Veerkamp, you're okay? The only question I have, when we use grant funding to pay people's salaries, is there some kind of stipulation that they're aware of that if the grant funding goes away, that their job could be at risk? Do we?
I mean, it's not in the job descriptions, but I think particularly on the housing side, most people that have ever had a housing position realize, you know, that their salary might be tied to grant funding and have that realization. What would happen probably practically is, you know, again, just to be clear, that the grant funding that they receive, that we use, is pretty regular, but certainly not guaranteed, right? So if that funding were to go away or it came in significantly less, That is something that at least in short term, we could probably cover with salary savings from elsewhere, general fund salary savings. But we'd have to evaluate that then when budget comes up for the next year to see if we would continue that or not.
Okay. And then you also mentioned the discretionary transit occupancy tax when we had that program the way it was. And there was about, I think, $380,000 that was coming off the top that was supporting economic development. And at one point, we made a decision to cut that in half. Do you still utilize that funding for your department?
We do. So certainly, the remaining of what was not cut would go towards these positions. We do have a contract person that helps out with some data analysis and so forth that takes advantage of that remaining funding as well.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. All right. Other questions? I'll bring it back to the board for action then.
Yep. Madam Chair, I would move the item for approval with one comment that obviously, and I think Supervisor Ferrero was alluding to it, looking for some program improvements and things to move some items forward that we've been discussing, whether it's in budget ad hoc or other things to try to generate some revenue.
I'll second that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin absent.
Super. All right, let's back up to consent item number 12, which is the item that I asked to have pulled. And Madam Clerk, if you could read item number 12 into the record.
Item number 12 comes from Facilities, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign an easement deed granting Pacific Gas and Electric Company a utility distribution easement on county-owned property identified as APN 101-330-081 located at 4 Bay Community Park for the installation, maintenance, and operation of electric and communication facilities.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Schwartz from the CAO's office.
Good afternoon. So before you today, this is a request for an easement deed from PG&E for, it's approximately 1.5 acres in along 4 Bay Park, right along kind of Gale Drive as you first enter the park. Facilities, we have gone out and walked the area and confirmed that it doesn't conflict with any of our current needs of the park or any of our future. We do have future plans for some improvements around that park. It's currently will not impede any of those future improvements. However, this easement does grant PG&E the ability essentially to do whatever they need to do on that property without reaching out to the county, so they can cut down trees and brush. It also grants them the ability to cut down trees and brush anything that on any property that is alongside that. So for example, our dog park or potential future dog park could abut this PG&E easement. So there are concerns with, allowing PG&E kind of that unfettered access to be able to cut down trees or brush in an area that we may be using for the park. Honestly, in addition, after we had this discussion, there's one other thing that we do have some issues with PG&E, and that's the fact that they tend to come in and they cut down these trees and they don't remove them. So we get stuck a lot of times with these very large stumps that our facilities crew, we don't have the equipment or the staff to go in and clean that up. So what we'd like to do is at this point, reach back out potentially to PG&E, see if they would be willing to essentially add a section in here that would require them to get approval from the county if they're going to do anything outside of that easement, as well as requiring them to do the cleanup and removal of any of the brush or trees that they cut down. I don't know if they're going to go for that. I have been reaching out. I've been in contact with our PG&E right away. an individual this morning. She's running it by her legal counsel. We don't have a comment back on that yet. So that's in a nutshell where we're at with this.
Okay. So it sounds like from a staff level that you're not asking for this to be approved today, but you're asking rather for more time to talk with PG&E and hammer some of these details out.
We would be seeking board direction, yes, to either move forward as is if the board
Uh-huh.
doesn't have concerns. But there are, I think, a few legitimate concerns that were raised about this.
Okay, perfect. And, you know, one of my concerns is, you know, Gale Drive is a very small, it's a long driveway that leads to a parking lot. And there's people that use the driveways. And I've had experience in Pollock Pines in particular, because, you know, we don't have PG&E up in Tahoe. So they've been very, what's the right word? Kind of when you, can't think of the word. To put it in more general terms, very rude to residents that live in the area when they have to come in and they do their work. I'm concerned about a weekend where there might be, you know, a baseball tournament or something, and we've got these big trucks right there in the parking lot. So I also am thinking in my mind that it would be nice if they asked the county or, you know, worked with the county to make sure that the times that they want to do maintenance, that it doesn't conflict with a park, you know, a lot of activities at the park. I'm hoping that that park is full of activities eventually. So I appreciate your willingness to go back and negotiate with PG&E. I think that's the direction I would like to see this one go in, and require them to really work with us, not give them just this unfeathered, you know, just go do whatever you want, whenever you want. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mr. Turnbull,
just curious, is it 20-foot or 40-foot easement?
20.
It is, sorry, I ran from my desk quickly. I did not bring the full board item.
By 20-foot parcel for equipment pads.
Yeah.
Do you want this?
We can give her that, yeah.
It's the bottom
Strip
paragraph,
of
I
land
think.
10 feet wide, 5 feet on each side
Exactly.
of the alignment.
Well, I was
of
just
the
kind of curious.
facilities and a
because
20 by
usually it's
20.
Normal, it's more, that's why I was wondering.
Is it for undergrounding work they're doing? And
Do you want this?
I'm assuming a transformer?
That's what I was thinking.
I believe this is for, they're going to put some of their utility boxes, so the above ground utility boxes.
Okay, so it's going to be underground, basically. right?
Yes.
And more than likely, hopefully, but I think we need some clarification as well as coordination.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it's undergrounding, they probably won't have too much
Debris.
vegetation to move because they're bringing everything underground. But anyway, a few more questions and collaboration.
Yeah, one of the
for
biggest
events.
things that I've dealt with and stuff, residents in my district, they come in and do those, the cleaning of the brush and the trees and everything, and then they leave these piles.
Right.
And it takes forever for them to come out and pick them up.
right.
So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have, Laurel. I just hope that it's, you know, I know you're going to reach out to Brandon Sanders and clarify what they can do to help us, right?
Yes, we're actually working with Jennifer, I believe is her name, Jennifer Walker. She's their right-of-way.
Right away person.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the board for direction to staff.
Yeah.
To go back to PG&E and try to tighten this up and have some agreements around when they can do work, and that they clean up after
Clean up.
themselves, all the little things. Okay.
Above, yeah, all the above, yeah.
Absolutely. Just to clarify, is the board asking for permission in the easement as well, or are we just talking about the area outside of the easement? Because it's typical that usually they kind of can do what they need to do within the easement without having to
Mm-hmm.
have that coordination with the county. that is pretty typical. I think we were trying to focus more on the surrounding area outside of the easement. So
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. I would love for them just to coordinate better in general, whether it's on their easement or, but certainly around the easement. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when it's utilized by, families and kids. and
Right,
everything in
right.
that
Yeah,
park.
have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very critical, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's kind of a motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, thank you for that, that there was a motion to provide direction to staff to seek further revisions to the proposed easement, and I think you might also want to include a specific date to continue the item to.
2029 sounds good.
I think there's the potential that if we can't get the concessions that we would like, we don't really gain anything from this agreement. So there's the potential that staff would just say, okay, never mind then, and we wouldn't bring it back. And if that is the case, what I would suggest is that we just write a memo to the board, letting them know that that occurred. I don't know if that would require like formal action to just say we don't want to do it.
No, I guess I didn't know if the board would, if PG&E does reject any of the proposed revisions, if the board still wanted to have a discussion about whether the, whatever, public benefit may be associated with this is worth granting the easement, notwithstanding their refusal to give you the concessions you're seeking.
And to clarify, they are, so basically what we are getting out of this, they're going to pave Gale Drive for us and give us $2,800. So those are the conditions of this easement.
Yeah.
So Madam Chair, I would move that we direct staff to go back and talk to PG&E about the items that we talked about, clarifying as well as coordinating the process and certainly any off-site materials not be left. And we come to that understanding, bring it back, and I'd say within a month, hopefully for final approval.
I'll go ahead and second it then.
Okay.
So I just
there's
wanna-
3 motions and
I just want to look at the meeting calendar when we say within a month. So we've got one more meeting this month, and then we've got May 12th and May 19th.
Can we just say
So if we-
within 90 days? That covers everything?
I think we should be able to return by May 19th, quite honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
All right.
So that's the
Okay.
motion. Second.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank
Motion
you.
passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin absent.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. We have 2 items left on closed session, and then hopefully that'll take us right up to our 2 o'clock time certain with the youth group. All right, so we'll go ahead and recess back into closed session. We don't have to say anything, right? Because we said it last time.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, welcome back to our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. We just came out of closed session and I'd like to call on Mr. Livingston do we have any information to report out?
We do, Madam Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 1 through 3. On item 3, the performance evaluation of the Director of Library Services, on a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Parlin absent, the board approved an increase from step 4 to step 5 of the salary schedule effective the first full pay period following today's date. That concludes my report.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to our 2 p.m. time certain. Madam City Clerk, or Madam Clerk, will you please read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 54 comes from Supervisor Veerkamp, recommending the board receive a presentation from the 25-26 El Dorado County Youth Commission and present certificates of recognition to each commissioner. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome the members of the Youth Commission. We're glad that you're here with us. We started our day with our young people and we're ending our day with our young people. So glad that you're here. I'd like to turn this over to Supervisor Veerkamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, esteemed Youth Commission. It really is a pleasure to sit up here and receive input, as well as see your shining faces and the nice dress, as well as your advisor sitting in the back row back there, Mr. Potter, Kevin Potter. Kevin, and he brought his lovely bride with him today also, just to keep him in line, I'm assuming. Yeah. We have Matt Smith as well from the El Dorado County Office of Education. And Matt, you got somebody with you there? All right, very good. Well, we welcome you all, and I think we're going to receive a great presentation from the Youth Commission, and we've got some certificates to hand out today. So all of us, I believe, have participants in the Youth Commission from the varying schools, and I'll call that out when we do the certificates. So who's going to lead us off? There we go. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Karen Smith. And I'm Ella Anderson. And we're the co-chairs of the El Dorado County Commission. Our 25-26 commission has commissioners from each of the schools in our district. We have Ponderosa High School and Union Mine High School, Oak Ridge High School, South Tahoe High School, Golden Sierra High School, and then El Dorado High School.
So the El Dorado County Youth Commission is a group of 12 dedicated students from every high school in our county. Our job is to basically represent and be a voice for the youth in our community, as well as our personal mission, which is to improve the health, happiness, and connection of the peers that we see in our community. We do this by planning and designing different events, as well as bringing awareness to different problems that we see as youth in our community. And over the last few years, we've really focused in on mental health and mental health awareness, as well as supporting the peer advocacy classes across the campuses in our county. Thank you.
Hello, a little peer advocacy overview. Peer advocacy is a group of trained upperclassmen who are working with underclass students to provide support, resources, and mentorship to their peers regarding mental health, relationships, substance use prevention, bullying, and more, while navigating the challenging transition into high school. Youth Commission has adopted the spread of peer advocacy into their mission to uplift, empower, and advocate for youth in the community.
This year, we decided to survey all of the peer advocacy classes in our county. We surveyed a total of 85 students from the following schools: 2 from Union Mine, 29 from El Dorado, 16 from Golden Sierra, 24 from Oak Ridge, and 14 from South Tahoe. We found that 45.9% of peer advocates surveyed selected a 4 out of 5 for how impactful their peer advocacy class is. On average, students interacted 7.8 times this year with their mentee, and the majority of students surveyed selected a 10 out of 10 for their satisfaction as a peer advocate this year. Finally, in the future, 96.5% of peer advocate students are interested in hosting a mental health wellness week at their campus.
Hi, I'm Isabel Leo Frazee, and I'm going to go over an Empower event we just held in the fall for our peer advocacy programs. So we had breakout sessions, and we had, I think, a total of 6 sessions we discussed restorative practices, self-compassion, care, and team building, and more. And then we had school group discussions at the end, and then we had a keynote speaker, and he was amazing, and his name was Armani. Hi, I'm Rose Struva, and the reason that we hold these Empower events is because it builds a sense of community through connection and collaboration with the intent to inspire and empower the youth while demonstrating the potential of their impact.
Hi, my name is Ahmed Jakamar, and I'll be going over the impact from this Empower 2 event. So from this event, we found that students felt more prepared to be a peer advocate and better prepared to help others in the future. And from this, advocates learned and discussed issues and solutions between each other, allowing them to problem solve effectively, but most importantly, independently. And so from this, students strengthened their leadership identity, building a network of youth advocates for our future.
Hi, my name is Sudeep Mazumdar, and I'm going to be talking about a grant we received from the Mental Health Wellness Department of EDCO. So this year we received a grant of $30,000 from the Mental Health Wellness Department of EDCO, and that grant will be used to fund future Empower events in 2026, 2027, and 2028, along with other grants used to support student wellness, prevention, and youth advocacy programs. And at the end of the year, funds remaining will be redistributed to the different school sites.
Hi, my name is Avanti Ramamurthy. Recent California Healthy Kids Survey data in our county from 2023 to 2025 shows that 30 to 40% of students report persistent sadness or hopelessness. Only about half of students feel a strong sense of belonging at school. 20 to 30% of students report experience bullying, and substance use is still a common concern among teens. These findings highlight the need for peer advocacy programs that promote connection and student well-being.
Hi, my name is Matthew Haley. After we received the Mental Health Wellness Department grants, we decided to provide peer advocacy grants to each of the peer advocacy programs at the schools. We provide grants of $500 to Oak Ridge High School, Union Mine High School, El Dorado High School, and South Tahoe High School. Our total investment was $2,000 dispersed among all the high schools. These grants gave peer advocacy classes the ability to host wellness events, as well as fund their campaigns and provide resources for students and expand outreach and student engagement.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Fuller, and our goals for the future are to equip and aid peer advocacy through the Empower events that we're going to hold in the fall of each year, to raise greater awareness about the youth mental health struggles. We are going to continue to support our peer advocacy programs financially through grants, and we're going to connect and collaborate between all the school sites. Questions or comments?
Well, great presentation by all of you. You all seem so calm and put together, and I get nervous when I speak to this group all the time. Do my colleagues have any comments that they'd like to make at this time?
Ponderosa, so you were, but they didn't want to participate in the survey, that they didn't get $500?
We sadly don't have
Can you come up to the mic?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We sadly don't have a peer advocacy program. Our principal has not chosen to participate in it. And yeah, I really wish we did, but.
Do you need some help trying to get that?
Yes,
You
we'd
do,
love that.
okay.
We've tried to connect with them multiple times and they've declined. So
Huh, I know a board member.
program. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'd love your input.
All right.
But
Very
thank
good.
you.
I just echo Chair's comments. You know, you guys just continue to just wow us, me. Obviously, I think it all stems from the great leadership that you have of your program coordinator there as well, but it still has to come from within. How many of you are seniors this year? Yeah, I look forward to the next week and a half of scholarship nights, because I'm going to see you again. I'll guarantee you that. We have a myriad of scholarships that'll be going out, and I've seen some of the names already. So That's great. Just congratulations, and I'll do my best to remember when we're handing those out to put a plug in about the Youth Commission and all your great work. But Greg or George.
Thank you for the presentation.
Mike, please.
Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the presentation. You make me very optimistic about our future. You're dealing with things that the average student is not going to deal with, right? So thank you for that. I also want to give a shout out. Not only I can speak for two of you, but they're involved with other commissions. Kieran Smith has been a member of the Behavioral Health Commission, and I tell you, she's very involved, very active, and you do a great job. And we're going to be welcoming Avante to the Behavioral Health Commission upon our board's approval. So I want to thank you both, and thank you all.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to all of you. I think it's a great step, especially towards the future of El Dorado County, but also the United States. And there's a lot of them that were on youth commissions that are actually aides to a lot of our congressmen now. So anyway, keep up the good work.
Great. Any other comments?
Nope.
Okay, well,
Do we have any public comment, Kim?
we don't typically take public
On
comment,
this
but
one.
we'll make an exception for you.
Yes, we will. Since Dad's here.
Under direct orders from my boss. So, hi, I'm Matt Smith. I'm director of mental health.
She's sitting
and
over here.
Well, that other boss. I just wanted to, on behalf of EDCO and Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Manansala, and then also our Assistant Superintendent, Michael Gillespie, who directly oversees the Youth Commission. They're up in Tahoe dealing with scholarships right now and some meetings up there, so they couldn't make it. So just wanted to represent them and be able to say how appreciative we are of the partnership between the Board of Supervisors and EDCO to be able to work with the Youth Commission. And above all, just super thankful for Kevin Potter and the job that he does in leading them and the excitement and the energy that he brings and then the good stuff that they're really doing. So just thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Great
And
comments.
Thanks to EDCO as
Yeah.
well.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, maybe we could all go down here. We could all congratulate them as we hand out certificates since they all represent all of our areas. So, and then we'll get a photo from, perfect.
Sounds good.
Do it.
Do you want to use this, Mike?
Yeah, probably.
Where's your? Not here, so just give it to Kevin.
All right, our first one is Ella. Supervisory District 1. I wonder where that's at. Oak Ridge High School.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ella.
Thank you.
Bet.
Where should we stand? Back here?
Supervisor District 2, Oak Ridge, Sudep. There he is.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. You want to get a picture of this like this here?
I was gonna do the whole group.
Oh, you're going to do the whole group?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
George always wants.
Yeah,
He
I know.
always wants his own
Yeah,
picture.
yeah.
I got it.
Supervisor District 2 again, Oak Ridge, Emet. Ahmet.
Yeah.
I'll get it. Congratulations. Ahmet.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Avante, Supervisor District 1, Oak Ridge High School.
All right, Avante.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, come on. Then there's this Smith girl, Supervisor District 3, El Dorado High School. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep. Congratulations, Dad.
Congratulations.
Supervisor District 4, Ponderosa High School, and Rosalie. She's not here. Supervisor Parlin is in Washington, D.C., advocating for county governments as well as all sorts of governments, so we missed her today. Maddie Hines, District 4 as well, from Golden Sierra.
Congratulations. Thank you.
District 3, Union Mine High School, Caitlin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Union Mine as well, District 3, Matthew. Haley. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ponderosa Clerk of the Board, let's see, Isabel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get it right here for you. Congratulations,
Thank
Isabel.
you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job. They always save the best for last.
And Supervisor District 5, Lake Tahoe, Eva. Thank you for making a trip down today as well.
Thank
Taking
you.
her home?
Thank you. Congratulations. Yeah, you can.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And Kevin. Yeah, none of this would be possible without the advisor. Did exactly what year was that? 25-26 Youth Commissioner Advisor Kevin Potter.
Thank you.
Kevin, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you for all you do.
So funds expedition. Thank you. I will get that to her.
All right. Get a picture?
All right.
All right, let's bring everybody in front of the podium.
Front of the
Yeah, everyone
podium.
come on up
Good
here.
idea.
Yeah. And then we'll go behind
We'll
you.
go in the back. All people in the
Rick,
back.
you might want to stay up front. You might
Oh,
stay
yes,
up front.
Kevin, I think you're in this. Yes.
Can we get one without me and then I'll get?
I was serious.
stand on
You probably want to go up front.
Yeah, coming up front.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, come on, Brooke.
Move on to the outside.
Wait, oh, do we want to open them?
Open it.
Do you guys want us to open them?
You want me over there?
No, just stay there.
Want me to stay there? Oh, right.
There we go, now we can see everybody.
Can we see everybody?
Kevin?
Hi, Kevin.
Kevin.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah, now you got to get up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope I'm safe.
Yep.
No speeding. The money will still be there whether you get there on time or not.
Please be very careful. Make sure your light on. Or did I just hear the last name?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Matt. See you. Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Tell Dr. Manasala we missed him.
I really appreciate you putting this together.
Oh, you're so welcome. Yeah.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you, Ms. Potter.
All right, we have successfully cleared the room. I guess nobody wants to hear our. You do? Okay. All right, can we go to board member updates? I'll start to my left. Supervisor Turnbow,
I'll
do you
just
have
wait
something
till,
for us?
Next week.
Next week,
Put it all
okay.
together, yeah.
Supervisor Veerkamp, you want to also?
I'll get-
Supervisor Ferrera?
Yeah,
Down
that's
here.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go.
Wait till next
Unless
week.
you all want to wait. Y'all. I mean, no, I'll go.
That's
I'll go. Yeah. Okay. April 8th to 9th, I was at a CSAC board retreat down in San Diego and really focused on the collaborative efforts amongst all 58 counties to combat and get the HR1 funding financed. I think CSAC's really, they're really stepping up and being an advocate on our behalf. On the 13th, participated in our jurisdictional ad hoc committee. The same day I met with a group of bicycle advocates, talking about different options for the El Dorado Trail. Last week, I knew I'd get a rise out of you. On the 15th, participated in a CSAC Rural Caucus webinar. Again, we talked a lot about HR1. And then on the 15th also, we had the Behavioral Health Commission meeting, or here, it's actually a public hearing regarding the upcoming Behavioral Health Services Act that starts July 1st. And on Monday, I was fortunate enough to welcome the new employees. And there's a pretty big group from various departments, about 20 new employees. So that is it.
That's good.
Great. Okay, and I have no report. Madam CAO, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Sure. Just thought I'd let the board know last Thursday I was invited to speak at the El Dorado County Chamber Luncheon. So in case you hear any bad reviews of that speech, but I think it went pretty well. I was able to highlight some good work that our staff has been doing and talk a little bit about the budget. Also, I just wanted to point out that CSAC we're being featured at County Night, not El Dorado County, but counties are being featured at County Night at the Sutter Health Park with the A's ball game on the 29th. I believe the board members also received invitations. So they have provided 20 tickets to each of the counties in our region. So we've put those out to the employees in the form of a raffle. And they can enter to win 2 of those tickets. And the deadline to enter that raffle is on the 24th. So good luck to everybody for that.
Great. Yeah.
So I'll do a quick go back because right when you started to talk, it reminded me that I wanted to thank you for coming up to Tahoe on Saturday and helping us celebrate with the city of South Lake Tahoe the opening of their new recreation and aquatic swim center. It's an $82 million facility, beautiful, state-of-the-art, right across the street from the lake. It's going to offer tons of services and activities and all of it, most of it paid for out of transient occupancy tax that's collected at the city and was earmarked for this particular facility. And I mention that because I think it's really important. We have that opportunity down here on the West Slope as well to be able to earmark, if we wanted to, transient occupancy tax from the West Slope to actually build facilities that the community wants. And you do so, with tourism dollars. It's a smart way to go. So I mention it as a great example. All of us had the chance to tour it last October, but you could kind of picture it. It was very rough at that point. It is just phenomenal, gorgeous. So I encourage you all to come back and see the facility now that it's been finished, but also to keep in the back of your mind that when we talk about needs that our communities have, that is a viable funding source is your tourism dollars. So with that,
I got to go back. I just want to thank everybody and for the last board meeting, all your support for helping the residents in Grizzly Flat. Thank you.
and I'm sorry I was not here for that board meeting, but my heart was certainly there and I would have voted to approve that as well. So that was a good move. Yeah. All right. With that, we will stand adjourned at 2:25.
Awesome.
Yeah.